everyone,
Mhm.
and welcome. Welcome to Bucket Listathon Sprints. We are here to be productive and get some more things checked off because we are in week 3, almost week 4, friends. So only a little bit left. Of course, if you want to continue on to the end of December or the end of the year, please feel free to do that. But I am trying to get everything done by December 15th.
Mhm.
We have the lovely Leandra with us today. So, Leandra, what are you planning on getting done in this sprint or in these
Well,
sprints?
I do have quite a bit of admin stuff I have to get done. Planning an announcement, another one for Sunday, which is very exciting. But there's little logistical things I've got to get set up to prepare myself and make sure everyone is prepared for it as well. And then I am hoping to start during these sprints at some point, Strange Beasts. Yes, I'm so excited for it. Honestly, you talking about it has made me feel as though it's definitely a book for me. So I have that on my e-reader. It probably won't be for the first sprint, but I think for the second, that's probably what I'll do.
I love that. For those of you in the comments who don't know about Strange Beasts, that was it actually made my top standalones list of the 21st century. So I'm excited to see what you think about it because I had a lot of fun with it.
Although we've talked, it might not be a standalone because it's got the mystery vibes. Those, but you can treat it as a standalone, I'm sure.
I did do a disclaimer because I was like, currently on Goodreads, it is a standalone, so I am counting it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as like if it were to compare to my series, because I also did a favorite series, I don't know if it would make the list. Probably depend. I really had fun with it, but its series is a little bit more competitive because I've read so many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, when it's fantasy, fantasy is more series heavy than standalone. To be honest, I think it's harder to find a fantasy standalone these days.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of series, that is one of the things I will be focusing on today is Fury of the Gods, which is the third and final book in the Bloodsworn saga. So I'm excited to get to this chunker. But because it's physical, I will also be reading Captain's Fury, which is the 4th book. I think it's the 4th book in Codex Alera by Jim Butcher, and I have enjoyed it. And I've just started it. I'm like at 4% into the book, but it's very fun. So to be back with the characters.
All
And actually,
right.
I could be on this screen, so we could be big.
Yes, we are bigger than the cat for now.
For now. Let's see who's here. Lily is here. Hello, Lily. I will be reading The Wife Stalker by Liv Constantine. Nice. Denise is here. Hello, Denise. I'm on page 85 of The Shining. It's good so far. You've got a lot to go. I hope you continue to enjoy it. That's a chunker as well. Tennille is here. Hello, Tennille. On your lunch. So happy you're here. Reading Voyage of the Damned. There's a lot of people reading this right now.
Oh yeah, and Julie, who probably is in the comments, she might be at work as well. But I told Tennille and told Julie I've read that. So if you guys want someone to talk to.
Mary is also here. Hello. Reading Orla Rafferty Seeks Her Fortune. That's a fun title.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Olivia. Welcome. Hello, Violet. Going to start reading The Truth According to Ember today. I've never heard of that either. Sounds like an interesting title, though. Everyone saying hello in the comments. I love that this is exactly what I said. Historical fiction, which is probably why I haven't heard of it, but interesting. Okay. Starting a new puzzle, and I'm going to listen to some more of Stormlight Archive. I'm up to Edge Dancer. Oh, I hope you love Lift, and I really enjoyed Edge Dancer. I know that's not everyone's favorite book. Some people find her very annoying, but I love her. Hello, welcome. Is it Savin? Sobin?
Yeah, Savin.
Savin. I will be reading Love Light Farms. Sounds cozy. Maybe not, though. Sometimes they trick us with titles.
It's a romance series. It's the one with like all the bouquets. It's actually kind of aesthetically similar to your color scheme for Bucket Listathon. A little bit.
Yeah.
A bit softer,
A perfect read for Bucket Listathon. Hello, Christina. Welcome. I think we're both doing well. And yes, You are our hydration queen.
I'll drink my coffee, which is not hydration. It's fine.
Still a necessity. Hello, Jen. Hope everyone's doing well today, working here. I hope you have a good day at work. I hope it's chill. You're able to enjoy your day. I like historical fiction. I'll have to check that out. How are you liking it? Yes, let us know. Finding Voyage of the Damned entertaining, but I find the irrelevant or irreverent tone a bit dissonant with the tone of the plot, especially on audio.
Yeah, I'll say that it feels a bit like the main character feels a bit YA and fan fiction-y. Actually, Tennille, you know who I talked to about this? I'm pretty sure I talked to Bronwyn about this book. And I always pair Tennille and Bronwyn together just because they seem to have the same mind. So, and she and I agreed on quite a few things. There's also a few end scenes that we were like, this did not need to be here. One, because it's superfluous. Two, it doesn't make sense for it to happen. Like it was a bit odd. And there's there's a romance in this book that I was for until I wasn't. There was like a major reveal that actually kind of ticked me off. Because I was really upset because I was like, oh, I actually have a romance that I've been convinced to enjoy, and then I stopped enjoying it. So I'm trying to be vague for friends, but yeah.
As I say, when people started reading it, I was like, I remember you having fun with the book, but also having some issues with it.
Yeah, it ended up getting a 3.75 from me. But I was vibing. I was like, this could be like, middle 4, like a high 4. And then those little things where I was like, that wasn't necessary. That upsets me. So, oh well.
It sucks too. Like when you're vibing, and I almost think that makes me drop my rating more. When I'm vibing with the book and then something abrupt happens and you're like, I really don't like that.
Yeah, and I can't go lower because the mystery was actually quite well done, but it's just the other stuff that kind of like was like, if you didn't have this messiness. But oh well. Tennille, I hope you continue to enjoy it. But we're gonna have to have a powwow. We're gonna have to talk. Well, maybe Bronwyn can bring you into the chat too, because we had some thoughts.
Hello, Krista. I'm at work, but baby is napping and grabbing a quick lunch. I was editing up for a bit too. Still working on November wrap up. I was thinking that was the title of a book, and I was like, is this Nove?
Nove. Just wait, in a couple years that will be the title of a fantasy book.
Oh, I'm sure. I've read 4 bucket listathon books so far. Amazing.
Ooh.
Loving it. Yay. We always love it whenever you are enjoying your books. I like the characters and the style of writing. Hello, Una. I'll be working and maybe biking while listening to The Jasmine Throne or Where Sleeping Girls Lie, depending on how focused I feel. I love that. I love it when you have some that you can bounce off of each other too. If you're like, my brain is not jiving with this, let me switch it up. Except in romance.
That's true. But Bronwyn wasn't for the romance in this one either. So maybe this will bring you both together.
Only 60% in. There's been plot whiplash a few times. Oh no. I will be here until 4 o'clock my time. So that's about 5 hours. So plenty of time for sprinting and getting things done. Hello, Ames. I'm reading School of Good and Evil and loving it. 15% in. I love that. I don't know that I'm going to have to start this comment. Is this the Dark Academia? That's what it sounds like to me. But I haven't heard of it.
I've seen quite a few people read it, but I can't remember what it might be like fantasy, like dark academia fantasy, maybe.
Yeah. Mary is here. Hello, Mary. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Serenity. Welcome. Currently editing my Goodreads Choice Awards video. I know the results are in, guys. No spoilers in the comments, please.
Oh, that's right. I gotta look.
Yeah, I looked this morning because I didn't want to get spoiled, but yes, I'm excited to see your thoughts, Mary. And then I'll be doing some reading, not horror. I need a horror cleanse. Yes, you do. You have been chugging along in those Goodreads Choice Awards books, so I'm glad that you can get a little bit of a break. Oh, it's a middle grade dark
Hmm.
academia fantasy. I've seen a couple of middle grades recently. I think actually I put a couple of them on I'm making my anticipated releases list for January through March. And there's one, let me see if I can find it real quick. It's called The Labyrinth of Souls, which was like a fantasy and it looked a little dark. So I think I might like that subgenre within middle grade, like a dark
Hmm.
fantasy. I'll have to look into it. I was thinking about romantasy lately, and it kind of makes sense. I find many I like. I don't like romance books usually, and romantasy is romance, just in a fantasy world. So
Hmm.
I wish I could find like a constant romantasy that I enjoyed.
Yeah. I think maybe I just need a different percentage. I think, it can't be 50-50 romance fantasy. I think it needs to be more fantasy than romance, like a little bit more, like 60% fantasy or like 70% fantasy. Because for me, if it's like page one, that hottie over there, I'm in love with him. It's like, we can't do this. I'm like, we need to calm down. So maybe I just need more of a slow burn, but like emotionally slow burn or something. So
Yeah.
yeah.
One good and one bad kid is taken. One goes to school to learn how to be a princess. Oh, and one goes to school to learn how to become a villain. Did they also make a movie about this?
Sorry, I'm looking at the results and something has shocked me. But
I
I
know.
won't say anything.
Because it
I won't
shocked
say
me as
anything.
well when I saw
Yeah.
it.
What the heck? Anyway, okay.
I
Continuing
think,
on.
yeah, I think this is also a TV show, but maybe I'm wrong. I want to say
Oh.
David Tennant is in it. Maybe, maybe not. I could
Oh.
also be getting it mixed up with Good Omens, which I know is not middle grade, but I feel like I've seen this concept in a TV show. Oh,
Yeah.
and confirmation. So yes, okay, it is a show. I'll have to watch the movie, or I'll have to read the book before I watch the movie, but it sounds cute. I finished the autobiography I was reading this morning, and now I'm doing some reading for book club this week. The Lost Story. I really want to read that, Serenity, so I'd love to know your thoughts. Is it worth the read? But the premise of the book is that the good kid goes to the evil school and vice versa.
Mm.
Interesting. Kind of flipping it on its head. Hello, Hannah. Haven't done sprints for almost a week. Hey, you're here now. Buddy reading Insurgent and have to get through a few chapters today. Lovely. Well, we can help you with that. What's the difference between fantasy and dark fantasy? It's really vibes
Like tone
and
as well. Like
yes,
how like literally how dark the tone gets,
yeah.
yeah, a bit gloomy, maybe.
And you're not well, and there's a whole bunch of different subgenres of fantasy. So like grim dark fantasy is dark fantasy, but it's a little bit more gritty and in worlds that aren't quite as developed, I think. At least that's kind of my experience with it. Dark fantasy, because you have dark academia, which is going to have like a darker tone where you have like some evil forces at play, which does happen in fantasy, but you also, I think, in darker fantasy, you have characters that are willing, or maybe a little bit more morally gray.
Hmm.
I haven't read a ton of dark fantasy. I've read like Grimdark because I've read The Blade Itself by Joe Abercrombie, which is where that gritty tone comes into play, and there's a lot of really bad things that happen, and you do have some morally gray characters mixed in there.
Mhm.
But I've also read some dark fantasy or dark romance fantasy, and that I don't enjoy.
Yeah, I think like with dark fantasy too, it is a situation where the world is designed where even good characters might have to do some bad things. Or like it forces their hand. They've been
Yeah.
shaped by the world, whether it's the political system, the environment around them. And Dark Academia, Kirsten from Reading Nymph had a really good description of it, where that one is more because there's like this obsession, and the obsession is, almost like eating away at the people and causing them to maybe do some like drastic things. And that's where it kind of comes in, that makes it dark academia. Like it's not just like, oh, school setting, like just because it's
Right.
set at a school doesn't make it dark academia. It's that there is this kind of obsessive thing going on, which is like, with the secret history that's clearly that. If we were villains, clearly that. Even Frankenstein, you could argue, is a bit dark academia, just like a prototype, maybe.
Almost like an ominous undertone throughout the
Yeah,
story.
yeah, you can see that this person is leading to their own kind of self-destruction, and but they're doing like they can't really get away, like they can't get off the track, like they are on this track, and it's just we all know it's inevitable, maybe.
Hello, Nikita. I will be reading during sprints The Right Attitude to Reign by Alexander McCall Smith. It's the fourth
Hmm.
book in a cozy mystery series set in Scotland. Fun.
Yeah, I've been meaning to try that author, actually. He has so many books, though. It's hard to know where to start.
So you do enjoy a Scotland setting. So,
I do. This is also the author who wrote the Department of. We've thought about buddy reading it.
oh, Sensitive Crimes.
Yeah,
I do want to read that book.
me too.
I think if it's less than 50% romance, it's classified as fantasy rather than romantasy. Could be. I don't know. I haven't ever been able to get anyone to give me a straight definition of romantasy.
Yeah, but I think with genre blends, it's okay. Like now, if we get 70-30, 80-20, it's like, okay, is that really a genre blend? But I think 60-40,
Yeah.
but that would still be romantasy in either direction, I would argue. But it does seem like it's not even about the romance all the time, because then we see people who get frustrated with cozy romantasy, and
Yeah.
they're like, that's not romantasy. And it's like, well, it is. It's just, it's cozy. It's it's a tonal, it's like a tone that's affecting the romantasy. But anyway.
Yeah. I kind of like the reveal about the relationship in Voyage of the Damned, but I completely get why Leander
Mm.
didn't. Other parts of the ending I didn't like as much.
It kind of felt a bit manipulative to me. No, we might have to talk, because I was like, this puts a bad taste in my mouth, actually. But I understand why. So I could see why some people would love it, depending on if you like that kind of trope as well, because the reveal is tied to a certain trope in romance that I know some people really like. I just didn't like the underlying tone of what that reveal meant throughout the entire experience.
The Truth According to Ember is the first traditionally published Indigenous romance by a Big Five publisher. That's amazing. It's also
Ooh.
on the Goodreads Choice Awards nominee, or it was a Goodreads Choice Awards nominee for the debut novel this year.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even
Fantastic.
notice that. I
Yeah.
wasn't really, I didn't recognize quite a bit of the debut novels though this year,
Yeah.
which is exciting.
My son has 3 of the School of Good and Evil. He loved the first one so much he had to get more, and the movie and show for it is on Netflix, I think. Good.
Hmm.
I'll have to look it up. He's trying to get them to all read it before he watches the show too. Yeah, I don't like to read books after I've watched the movies.
I think it depends. Sometimes I like to, because then I can see the world and the characters beforehand.
Yeah. It was a slow first quarter of the book, but it has picked up. Lovely. I do think, and I haven't read Megan Schaefer before, but I get that kind of vibe from like people who I've heard talk about. What was the book that was on the Goodreads Choice Awards?
The Wishing
Yes.
Game or
Yes.
something.
Was it The Wishing Game?
The Wishing something.
Yeah. I can see the cover, but yeah. Anybody I've heard talk about that book, I think also talked about it being a little slow at the start. Beatrice is here. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Still reading the same books. So that was Delegate Dream Department Store and When the Moon Hatched, if I'm not mistaken. When am I not at this hour? Hey, you're at work, but you're with us in spirit. Hang out when you can, go work when you have to. We understand. Watched The Book Thief and then read the book, which wish I hadn't. Oh,
Mm.
yeah, I read that one before I watched it. I have the only books that I've tried to do this with, and this is why I just avoid it from now on unless I don't realize that the movie is based off of a book. But like The Lord of the Rings, I have tried so many times to go back and read the series, and I know like it's probably like a sin for me as a fantasy reader not to have read the actual books, but it's hard. It's hard for me to because I already know the story and I know the books are better. Like I know the books have more
Mm.
detail, but It's hard.
And you know what's crazy though is like it's the same idea with rereading. Like you're happy to reread a book, but it's interesting to know that it's hard for you to read a book that you know the ending to, and it's like, but you do that when you reread.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. There's something
Huh.
about watching the movie that messes with my mind. I don't like it.
Interesting. Meanwhile, I have a really hard time rereading books, but I totally have no problem with if I love the movie to go read the book and enjoy myself. Maybe because I feel like I'm not wasting my time as much, like as long. Like, oh, a 2-hour movie, and then I read for 10 hours, read for 10 hours, read for another 10 hours. Then I'm like, what am I doing? So maybe
Yeah.
for me, it's like just time. Like it doesn't, I don't know.
I think I would have liked it more had I read the book first.
Hmm.
Okay, The Wishing Game. We were correct. And didn't have any issues getting into that book. Oh. So different vibes. I like to watch adaptations of classics before reading them. It helps me know the story a bit. My brain doesn't quite work as hard. Interesting. I've never tried that, Krista. That's a good idea.
I do that. Well, similarly, I'll immersion read classics. Like that's how it helps me because then you can hear the actor saying the dialogue. And
Yeah.
sometimes, because like when I'm reading, I can't really get where the tones switch in sentences and things.
Yeah.
But I watched Sense and Sensibility, the BBC version, after reading, and it made me like the book more. So it did. I was like, oh, maybe I do like this book more than I thought.
Anne likes the Lord of the Rings movies better than the books. Interesting.
Controversial.
The ring is heavy and it's hot, and the ring pretty much covers Return of the King. You're not wrong. Not a fan of the Lord of the Rings books. Too much extra detail, too many battles. I don't love battle scenes. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, I could see myself not enjoying that. Although I recently liked Rage of Dragons, and that has a ton of battle scenes in it. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what about those battle scenes worked for me, but the movies are excellent. Nobody will miss out if they choose not to read the books. Well, you guys are making me feel better. Thanks. Sense and Sensibility, I disliked the book a lot and then watched the movies and liked it more. I love that.
Okay, good, Hannah. I'm glad I'm not alone.
I've loved the movies and I love the story, but yeah, I haven't like actually read the physical books. I've just watched the movies. So I know the storyline, but didn't get the experience of the written word. Well, friends, we have been chatting for almost 25 minutes. So we are going to go into a sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints today because we're going to get some stuff done. So we will come back in an hour. Happy productivity. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let us know how you guys did in the comments. Whether or not you got some things done. Was that a napping sprint for you, an eating sprint? Are you working? Let us know how that sprint treated you. How did you go on, Leandra? What'd you get done?
Well, it was a lunch sprint for me. I ended up making myself like a ginormous salad with like chicken and everything, and it was really, really good. And I spared you all from seeing me eat it on screen. While I was eating, I was setting up my admin things, kind of like trying to it's hard to organize documents and make sure that they're clear and everything that's going on. But that's pretty much all I did. I did listen to an audiobook as I was doing it because I was mostly just reorganizing stuff that I already had written out. But I can't tell anyone about the audiobook because it's a secret. So stay tuned. I guess eventually you'll know.
Serious. I think I know what the secret is for.
Maybe you do. But actually, I'm juggling two secrets at the moment, I guess. But the one I think you think of is right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, excuse me. I had like a coughing fit like a minute from when the timer was going to come off, and I was like, "Oh no!" Like I have to get it all out beforehand.
I felt the same way. I was like, I can feel it almost. I'm going to have to like mute myself at some point, but I'm holding off for now. I'm okay.
The life of booktubers. That was also a lunch sprint for me. I made some lunch, and that is why I was off camera for part of it because I didn't want to eat on screen. And because of that, because of the fact that I was making lunch, I did read Captain's Fury, and I got to 17% of Captain's Fury. So it's going pretty quick.
Ooh.
Yeah. I am really liking being back in the world. This one is a little bit more political than the other books, but I don't mind it because I think because we've established character relationships. And honestly, like I've had success with some political books in the past. The Goblin Emperor is very political, and I absolutely loved it. But I will say that most books that are or that tend to lean political, if they don't have good characters, I get bored really quickly.
Yeah. How long has it been since you read this is the fourth book in the series, right? How long has it been since you read the third book?
A long time.
Whoa,
Like I feel like
really?
it's been probably half a year, if not longer
Okay,
than
not
that.
that long. I was thinking you're going to be like 2 years or more. That's what I was
No.
thinking. When you say a long time, that's what I call a long time.
No, it wouldn't be it's definitely less than a year.
Okay, within
Um,
the year. Yeah.
yeah. It's just with this type of book though, there are so many characters. It did take
Mhm.
me a minute to we need to normalize. Authors, if you are out there listening to me, normalize putting like a spark notes in the front of your books, even in the audio, that just remind people of events and characters that they need to be aware of because it does take me Jim Butcher does a good job of like reminding you of who's who, but it's
Mhm.
so subtle and it's very much dependent on like whose perspective you're in, where you are in the story. And so it's not like all at once. And so we would be referencing characters at the very beginning of the story that I'm like, I know I should know who that person is, but I don't.
Yeah, or once in a while you'll get an author who's really good about taking a sentence or two to provide important words so like we're remembering where they came from.
Yeah.
That's I think that's the showing of a really excellent author who knows how to reintroduce a character
Yeah.
without giving too much away or like forcing like especially for people who are binging the series years later when all of the books are out you're like
Yeah.
I don't need all of this background information
Right.
but like having that click. I love when an author can do that quite well because it's
Yeah.
natural while still
Yeah.
giving us the spark notes as we're going through a scene.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely like a happy medium that authors I'm sure have to balance because I know a lot of people do get annoyed if they do binge series. They're like, I don't need all of the extra stuff from previous books. But as
Mhm.
someone who refuses to binge read series, it would be helpful.
Yeah, and as someone who's really bad at continuing series, like I'm someone who's I just don't think about it. I'm just like, oh, that was a really great book. Okay, let me read something else, and then I'm always like, oh, that's right. There's like books 2, 3, 4. So it'll take me years to really. There are a couple series I've been good about that have say been published last year, and now I'm like I started them, so I'm like, okay, there's a book coming out,
Yeah.
Leandra, you should read this. But yeah, I like having some background because then if I read the book like 2-3 years ago, then I know, okay, what have I missed? Because that's the type of series reader I am.
Right. We left off here, and I feel the same way. Like I tried to get through it through the first chapter, and I wasn't connecting to it. So it is what it is. It's not for everybody. Have less romance than the movies. That's interesting because they have more pages or like more time to develop romances. So interesting. Hello, Sam. Really need these friends today to help me get through some slides. Well, we are here for you, Sam. We are glad that you are here. Ro also joined us. Hello, Ro. Elena also joined and popped out. The nephew is occupying your time today, and I love it. But Elena is going to be joining us for our podcast. Speaking of books that we love or
Woohoo.
Potentially don't love, depending on the book.
We shall see.
Yes. But yeah, I was excited to hear that you guys are looking forward to participating.
Yeah, thanks, friends.
I think I read 5 to 10 rolls, or sorry, yeah, read 5 out of 10 rolls, but I did get 1 treat for yourself prompt. So 4 more books to finish, which is totally doable. I've been doing this throughout the month, like keeping track. And I do think my update that comes out today, I think I have 3 more that I have to finish before that. I'm going to try and finish them before the 15th, but we'll see. My library is holding up one of them. I've been staring at City of Blades for multiple months, and I don't understand why this one is taking so long. I feel like some audio, I'll put a hold in, it'll be like 12 weeks, and I'll get it in 4. And this one I put a hold on, and it said, I'm pretty sure it said 5 weeks when I originally put a hold on it. And I feel like it's taken 8. Like, it's ridiculous. Coda also joined us. Hello, Coda. Welcome. I love this. This made me smile.
Bye.
Saying hello to everyone. VH also joined us. Welcome, VH. Oh, wait. Were you here before? Maybe you were here before.
I don't know. I don't think I recall either. Maybe lurking. Maybe VH was lurking before.
Only 50 pages to go, and you will finish Diavola. Yay!
I love this book. I hope you're enjoying it, VH, because I thought it was a fun one.
I want to read. No worries, Abs. You're not that late. You only missed 1 sprint. Hope everyone's good. Been wrapping Christmas presents and sorting out dinner. Love that. Nikita read 50 pages. Wonderful. Hello, Steph. Welcome. Ate a late breakfast and read a chapter from Blood and Ash. Excited for this reread. Amazing. That's the Jennifer Armentrout, right?
Yes. It's like the black and reddish kind of cover.
Glad you're enjoying your reread. That's always fun. Only 12 pages. Helped my husband and made some lunch. Hey, those are productive things. If only we could all have like a professional chef at home and not have to actually cook and spend all of our time reading.
Yeah, imagine all the books we could read.
I know. Evie is also here. Hello, Evie. I'm about halfway through Make My Wish Come True. And it's by 2 authors. Interesting. It's a fake dating sapphic Christmas YA romance. I really have enjoyed some books that I've read recently that have an author duo. I think it's very interesting. I would like to be a fly on the wall as those books are getting written. Because I can only imagine, like, with our podcast, I feel like we've had a lot of logistical things that we've had to, and we're not writing the books together.
No,
we're just talking about them together. So I can't imagine writing the books at the same time. I can't remember what book it is. And I think maybe you were the one that told me about it. Isn't there a mystery series that has like 5 different authors and each of them took like a section of the book and they didn't talk about it beforehand and they just had to go off of the first person, or not the first person, but like the previous person's story and continue it?
Yeah, so the Detection Club that is like made up of like Agatha Christie, Dorothy L. Sayers, like all of them. A handful of them, they have series that like they've got a couple books that are by the Detection Club, and sometimes it's different people depending on who is in on the project. There was one book that it was each author got a chapter and they only got the chapters before them. So then they had to lead it into the mystery further. And I can't remember which author had the final chapter where they had to
Yeah,
somehow
I
come
know.
together and bring the solution. But can you imagine being like, so my friends have written me in a corner. Now what do I do? So there's that one. And there's another one where instead, I think if I remember correctly, they were in conversation with a detective, and the detective had like come up with some solution. They're like, well, this is actually what happened. And each chapter is like a different interpretation on the ending of like one mystery. Where like, oh, you should have been paying attention to the piece of paper in his pocket. You should have been paying attention to that door that was unlocked. And like each author kind of looked at this mystery scenario and was like, how would I have it be solved? And it's kind of fun because then you get like 6 different solutions for the same mystery depending on the author. I also know of this married couple, the Coles, and they were a duo, but apparently what happened is one of the pair would come up with an idea. They'd write the story, and then the other one would edit and like help and fix things. And they just called themselves a writing duo. So I think it can be interpreted in many different ways.
Yeah. I like it though. It's very fun.
Mm-hmm.
Got an hour into Etch Dancer. The prologue is very similar, or very familiar. I finished the border of my puzzle, and I'm getting ready for lunch. Lots of things, Anne. I want to puzzle. I haven't puzzled in a while. I need to do that. Yay! You're gonna read The Cautious Traveler's Guide to the Wastelands with us. I'm excited. I'm excited to hear you guys' thoughts. Oh, for the next sprint! You're gonna do it in the next sprint. You're starting now. Yay! I hope you enjoy yourself. Beatrice have been trying to read a little bit of the Dream Department Store while I do not have much work. Love that. Love some downtime. Read like 22% of a chapter. I love it. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, these authors are married. Nice. It's always nice whenever you can, because I think this was the Sapphic romance. I feel like it would be interesting to read a romance written by a married couple too. And I think you told me about one of those as well. Well,
Oh, did
was
I?
one I feel like you did, but maybe not. Maybe it was someone else.
I wouldn't put it past me, but I can't remember. Um, oh, it's at the tip of my tongue. I might have some kind of inkling of what you're talking about, or we were just in the same discussion with someone else who told us about it.
Interesting. I recently, so the author duo that I was thinking of, as far as like the ones that I've loved, is Marie Brennan and Alec Helm,
Mm-hmm.
I think, or it might be Helms. I'm not as familiar with the second author, but they are the ones who wrote the Rook and Rose trilogy that I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely loved. And they're coming out with a new series next year, and I'm so excited to get to it.
Yeah, I remember when you found out. We were talking about it on sprints before too. So,
Yeah.
and it was announced pretty early-ish, I guess, because they're getting people hyped. But the book doesn't come out until is it like the latter half of 20, or is it 2026?
Oh, it might be 2026. I'll have to look
I
it
think
up.
that's why. Yeah, yeah.
Because it's something that just popped across my Instagram feed, and I got really excited for it. Because I didn't realize that they were going to continue after having written Rook and Rose. But
Mhm.
something else that also popped up, which this was more irritating than anything, but it popped up on my Instagram feed, was the Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. They are doing a special edition, and it was some company I'd never heard of before, although I'm sure that they're well known. But
Mhm.
they're doing 3 different special editions. One of them they're only making 26 copies of, which I'm like, okay. I didn't even click on that one because I was like, that's probably not going to be in my budget.
It's probably so expensive. Yeah.
One of them they're doing 250 copies of, and one of them I think they're doing it's either 2,000 or 5,000. I can't remember. but they are all very pretty. But the one in the middle, the one that they're making 250 copies of, was the kind of the one that I liked, and so I was looking to see if I was interested. Can you guess how much this special edition is? Because I
Oh
was absolutely
no.
shocked.
What is it like? Probably like $250 or something like that.
Up.
It's higher?
Oh yeah.
500?
Still higher.
750?
It's close to that. I think it was like 760 something, 768 maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder, is it like Folio Society? I know they have quite
Yes.
expensive.
I do think that's what it was.
Yeah, I own some books by them actually because they do a lot of Golden Age detective fiction stuff. Like they'll do Agatha Christie, but those ones are like $75. So they are making a lot of really special editions. Have you seen the one that's A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet? They had some
See that
special
one.
editions of those and it's signed, I think. So yeah, I do like the Folio Society. They're really nice quality, but yeah, those are.
I was appalled. I mean,
Yeah.
I was thinking probably a couple $100 just because of what the quality I could see in the
Mhm.
pictures looked like, but yeah, it was insane. I was like, "Nope, won't be
Yeah.
purchasing that." So I immediately
It's
like
probably because
closed
it's
it and was
also a
like,
British
"Well,
company, so it's probably more like 600 pounds or something, or 500 pounds, and then for US, because the dollar isn't worth as much as the pound, it's way more. Yeah.
it was very pretty and I love that book. It's an all-time favorite of mine, but I that's not it's not worth almost a grand.
No, I'm gonna look it up now, actually.
I'll see if I can find it if you can't find it, because I'm pretty sure that is what it is, the Folio Society. But I had never heard of them before. I don't get a lot of special editions, but I since that popped up, and I'm sure it popped up because I have absolutely loved that book. But
Yeah.
and one of
Did they
them,
just
like
announce it, or have they made it yet? Or are they just
you
announcing
could
it?
pre-order it.
Oh,
So
interesting.
they had the three options that you could go through and pre-order. But
Okay. Huh, I'm not seeing it, but maybe I'm looking in the wrong place because the site has so many stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I'll look for it. We'll see. But anyway,
I'll
okay.
try and find it on the Sprint. But yes, are you good for another Sprint?
I'm good for one more, and then I'll probably have to head out.
Well, we are going to go into our next Sprint, guys. Happy sprinting, be productive. We will see you in an hour. everyone. Welcome back. We have just gotten through another sprint, so let us know how you did in the comments. Did you get some stuff done? How did you do, Leandra? What'd you get done?
Well, I have not been reading because I have just had to do so much admin. I'm feeling pretty good now that I have like a document that is set and seems accessible and readable. But there's a lot to prepare. So for those of you who were here, I have an announcement that goes up on Sunday, and I'm still getting a bunch of stuff set. I also didn't mention this, but I had a video go out today. If people are interested, it's my first vlog for 12 Books of Murder Myths, where I unwrap murder mysteries. I'm trying to find the 12 Books of Murder Myths, but there are 4 white elephants that may stand in my way. So if you're interested, check it out. But yeah, that's it.
I'm excited about Murder Myths. Might do that on the next sprint.
It's fun.
I'm so behind on BookTube. My brain is just very scattered today. So I got some stuff done for work, and then I started reading Fury of the Gods and had to go back and reread the like introductory stuff, like to read about like who the characters were, what they did in their past. And so I've been reacclimating myself to the world before I really jump into it. So I'm still in like the Roman numeral numbered pages. They're not actually the regular pages. Which is fine. I want to take my time with it. And I have forgotten how much I love the names in this book, but I definitely would not want to be the audiobook narrator for this. Our main characters are Orca, Varg, and Elvar, which those aren't bad. But then you have character names like, I love this, because there's a character list. And there are some of them that I know I'm mispronouncing, but Agnar, Grend, Huld, Sigvat, Ulin, Urt, Orv. I mean, they're just it's very immersive in like the culture and the mythology that they have. So I do like it, but I know I'm mispronouncing them. And they even have a pronunciation guide, but I know I'm butchering it. So
I was gonna say, is the voice narrator, do they have like an accent from some Nordic region, or is it just
this one I'm not listening to, so I'm not sure about the third book. But the first 2, they have had, I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like English would be probably their first language, but then they do speak some type of Nordic or Scandinavian language fluently, because they seem, I mean, it sounds legit to me, but I don't know that I'm the best judge.
Yeah, that's how I felt with because I ended up immersion reading The Searcher and The Hunter, and the voice narrator, because the main character that we follow is American, but he's set in Ireland. Everyone else's dialogue except for his is like Irish accented, and I just have always thought, I'm like, would it be easier for it to be an Irish voice narrator who just can do an American accent? I feel like I would trust an Irish narrator more than like an American narrator doing. But I was like, it sounds really authentic, and then I just realized I'm pretty sure the voice narrator is like American, or from our vernacular, so maybe Canadian or something. And I was like, wow, he did a really good job, or I'm just a sucker and I found it believable. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best. Like, I know when we were reading When the Moon Hatched, Nell was talking about, I didn't listen to that on audio, so I couldn't hear it, but Nell was talking about the different accents. Yes. Nell was talking about the different accents and how the audiobook narrator was just not very good. Towards the end, one of the narrations was, I think, going in and out of English and something else. And so I find that interesting, because I don't know that I would notice.
I think that you would with that one, because one, when we got like for When the Moon Hatched, there were 2 voice narrators. One of them didn't make any effort to give anyone accents. The other one did, and you're like, they should have talked. They should have like connected, because and maybe it's because in the parts that he was reading, it didn't say that he had one. Whereas in hers, because she's like, reacting to his voice, was like, oh, he has like an accent. So then he sounded like Eastern European. But then in his voice, he was like, hello, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, he's lost his accent. That's fine. And then, yeah, the woman narrator definitely gave more, like she had more of an attempt. Like there's like a random Southern guy as well, which Nell and I talked about. So she made the effort, but I mean, I didn't get very far. So I don't know if it ever changed. But yeah, it's just funny when voice narrators they're not on the same page about being like, are we just going to go for it? Or are we going to acknowledge that that's not in our abilities? Like, we're just not going to attempt it.
Yeah. I did find the link. So it wasn't Folio Society. It's this Fabulistic editions.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't $760, it's $725. And I didn't even check the highest one, but they are very pretty.
Still a lot,
Yes.
Like once you get up there, I guess it's not that big of a difference. Like if you're saying over 700, you're acknowledging it's a lot.
Right. And yes, they are very, very beautiful. And I did think it was interesting that they chose in The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. So I don't know if I'm sure that they've done research on whether or not it would be a good business prospect for them to offer something so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a really pretty map in the middle. And like the one that I wanted was the midline one had it was like speckles. So it wasn't the entire it wasn't the entire edge that was painted. It was just speckles of paint throughout. It was very pretty.
Like splatter paint, when
yes.
yeah.
Hello, Glinda. Welcome. We also had Witchy join us. Hello, Witchy. Opened a book delivery from Amazon. My sister called, read 12 pages, and kept almost nodding off. I need to take a nap. Yes, do a nap sprint. We love to see it. Vanessa is here. Hello, Vanessa. Just got home from work and the gym. Time to do more work. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I hope it's booktube work and not work. I finished my last meeting of the day, and I find meetings rather draining, even when they're important/useful. So I'm glad that's done. I'm glad that you're done too. I missed the chatty bit last time. No worries, Una. I have officially given up on reading this afternoon because instead I'm doing my puzzle with my dad and my grandma. Aw, that's very sweet.
What a perfect afternoon.
Yes. About 70% into Dungeon Crawler Carl. Normally, I'm more of a character reader, but the mystery surrounding the world building has me in a chokehold.
Wow.
I really want to read it. I'm so curious. Baby's down for another nap, so I'm back. But I also forgot to bring my computer charger, and it died, so no more editing. Oh, no. I guess I have to read. Shucks. Reading A Christmas Party. Lovely, very festive.
And it's a Golden Age one, by the way.
Is it?
Georgette
Is it
Dare.
really?
Yeah. Like roughly, I think it might have been set in the 40s. But yeah, I was telling Krista that it's also called Envious Casca. There's two different titles. I think A Christmas Party is the American title, where Envious Casca is the British one. But I hope you like it. I haven't read it myself. So yeah, I don't know how good it is or how bad it is.
Leandra is pushing you into the golden age.
Yes, I am. Slowly but surely.
Rainy joined us. Hello, Rainy. Watched Leandra's video and had dinner. The Regina George comment was great.
Thanks, Abs. I was proud of myself. I wish I had put in like a graphic of her, but it is what it is.
Eat it at my lunch just in time for the chatty bits. Love it when that happens. Read 100 pages. Awesome. That's incredible. I couldn't be me.
Good for you.
Adding my series reading challenge to my bullet journal and finishing Feybound. I have about 29% left, and you need to finish. You do, because you've been talking about how you haven't been having a great time.
Speaking of announcements, Rainy did an announcement today, doing a series reading challenge. So if people want one for 2025, maybe check it out.
Yes. Need all the help I can get for series. Just emailed the bookmark company with my bookmarks.
Woohoo!
And you're given Rainy ideas.
Really interesting. Okay. Let me know what they are if you want.
I've gotten about 21% more in the last story. Are you still enjoying it? I've seen people, or have people seen the Goodreads winners, or am I just super late to the game? I think people have seen, but we haven't been spoiling it in the comments since it's
We've been
just the first
trying not
day.
to.
So
I will say that there have been some close votes that I like relatively, you know, when we're talking about like tens of thousands of votes, it looks like there were some things that were closer than I expected.
there definitely were, in my mind, some upsets.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to keep up with BookTube this month, especially, yes. I try very hard who I watch, but get in 4 to 5 a day. That's about all I have time for. Hey, 4 to 5 a day is incredible.
Yeah, genuinely. It's a good habit to get into. I think that's the thing. It's just like you got to remind yourself. But we also all understand. Like people are so busy that I wouldn't fault anyone for not watching a video, you know.
You need to go look, Rainy, so you don't get spoiled. Worked through some laundry and business correspondence. Got about 2.5 chapters of The Cautious Traveler finished. Haven't decided on my next sprint yet. Would love to see it, man. Winners have been announced, yes. But you haven't seen them yet. Yeah. No spoilers, friends.
Oh, well. Romance. I don't know if any of us really.
I'm not really concerned about romance either. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, okay. I know what it means.
Oh, I think maybe I do now.
Yeah.
Okay. I did see fantasy. It was very close. I was surprised. Good morning, Jojo. Welcome. That was one of the surprises. Yes, I thought that was surprising. Mystery surprised me. The main two that were really shocking, and
With
that
the
I was like,
mystery
yeah,
one, mystery thriller, I thought it had a chance, but there were just so many others that I thought were bigger. Like I kind of saw it as a dark horse. We'll say. I'm pretty sure I said that, but I didn't think it was going to win. I thought it was going to be in the top 3, though. Is what I'll say.
Yeah, I was a little bummed with debut, but
I didn't even look.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, and I won't.
There are way few
respond.
voters this year. I was surprised. Yeah. I was
sorry.
surprised
More so to
see...
the comment being fewer voters. That's what I was reacting to. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. I was surprised this year because I did go through and look at each of the categories and like the top book and like how many voters they had, and I was surprised at how few certain genres, like how few votes certain genres have. I hate the Goodreads Choice Awards, to be honest. I get that. Hello, Jess. Listening to The Peculiar Garden of Harriet Hunt. Well, we would both be curious to know your thoughts. I hope you enjoy your time.
Yeah.
We did not.
No, we didn't. But Jess, more power to you.
Just here to say hello and boop the like. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Good seeing you here. I'm annoyed with Romantasy. Yeah, I was annoyed as well for you. Hello, Bryce. Welcome, welcome. Horror was annoying. Yes, indeed. I would love to switch away from Goodreads if it wasn't the primary place to review arcs. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when something like that has so much. I mean, everyone uses it, right? And it's a very common thing, and so it is hard to get away from. Just a few pages into A Christmas Party so far. It's just trying to get all the characters straight. On the back, it says the answer is in plain sight all along. I'm excited to see if I'll guess. I'm excited too. He's enjoying his time. Speaking of meow.
I was gonna say, like, that was perfect timing.
Well, now I got to finish these freaking Goodreads books so I can be done. 6 left. Can I make it before the 21st? 6 books by the 21st. I mean, you could do it, but do you want to? Are they books that you're like really excited about picking up? Because if not,
it's like a book every 2 days, especially if you're giving yourself time to edit and everything. Like that's, oh gosh. Yeah, I'm looking at horror right now and I'm just, the top 4, I'm kind of like, okay, whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Your chatty bit stopped me from hitting a gut-wrenching scene. Oh, in the heat of the Everflame. Go back and read. Mute us and go and read, Vanessa. It's totally fine. One of the nonfiction winners got 30,000 votes, but has less than 2,000 ratings. Oh my. I know people just vote, but the difference was that's insane.
Yeah. Or they don't rate. Like I know a lot of people just mark a book as read, or they don't like to rate nonfiction. Not that, I mean, a 28,000 number discrepancy doesn't get explained with that. But that is interesting. And you're right. People do just like to vote. I voted the most this year than I've ever because I made a point of trying to read more books that might be featured. And I still only voted in like 3 categories.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I only vote in categories I've read books.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even, the categories I voted in were horror, fantasy, and debut. I didn't even vote in mystery thriller because I didn't give anything high enough. I gave the highest rating I gave out of the books I've read for that category. It was 4 stars. I voted for it. It didn't make the top 10. So I was like, I might as well not vote because everything is less than 4 stars. And that's kind of depressing for me to give a vote to something. So
it's sad.
Yeah.
Now I'm afraid to go back. I understand. Have you guys read it? Yeah, we both read it. It's not the fantasy that I thought it would be. So we did think that, and I think we had a good time with the first
couple chapters.
Yeah. And then it kind of went downhill for us.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope you have a different experience. I hope you like it.
It's
We both have
affordable,
reviews
magical.
on Goodreads if you want. After you finish it, if you would like to know our thoughts. They are very detailed.
We were thorough.
Vanessa, you're making me want to start Heat ASAP. You have other books you need to read, Rainey. I'm your inner voice telling you. Pen drops crumbs. I had to pick them up. I've been editing as I go, so that'll be fine. That's good.
Oh, nice.
Most excited for the top romantasy. Interesting. Oh, something's bad's about to happen. Maybe it won't. Maybe it's tricking you.
Mm-hmm. That's good writing.
I'm definitely am guilty of just voting sometimes. Hey, it happens.
Yeah.
And like it is just, it's for fun. Like it's not that big of a deal.
I don't think any author really cares that much, like, and they're the ones that matter, I think, like, as far as, oh, is it bad of me to do this? It's like authors probably aren't even looking at it. So it doesn't really matter.
This next sprint, I need to catch up on BookTube. I feel like I'm so behind always. It's a perpetual problem. I'm one of those who vote for whatever, even if I haven't read it. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. I love it, Krista. I don't care if people just vote, think everyone knows not to take things too seriously. Right, exactly. Yeah, It's not that big of a deal. I think I only voted in one category, and I can't even remember which one it was now. There's a lot. I'm pretty sure I voted in fantasy, sci-fi, mystery thriller, and debut. I think.
I almost voted in sci-fi, even though I hadn't read anything. There's one on my TBR that I want to read, and I was like, should I? And I was like, no, I won't. But it was going to be a service model because that one I really, really want to read. But
you read part of it. You could have voted for it.
I was like, I'm 50 pages in, and it's got my vote.
Everyone in my inner voice saying, don't pick up these books. I just never listen. I'm most excited for the Top Romantasy. I don't want to read. I don't want to read that. I'm excited for all the others. Oh, you're
You're
not
not.
most excited. I'm missing a word. Okay, that's what I was when I was sitting there thinking about would I know one. I was like, interesting that would be the one you're excited for, but you're not excited
Mhm.
about that one. I imagine many authors are glad for votes regardless if it helps them drive sales and interest for their work. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Jen. Well, friends, we are at the end of the comments, and I think we are at the end of our time with Leandra.
Yes. Speaking of work, in an hour, I must go to the land of books. I must be at the library. So nothing to complain about. But I also have to like muster the courage because we got snow last night. It was yeah, very windy and cold and now I'm like, okay, I gotta get ready. Gotta muster the courage. So that's what I'm gonna be doing.
Is there anything you want everyone to know? Like, obviously, your Murder Miss vlog is out, but what else do we need to be paying attention to?
Yeah, just Murder Miss Vlog 1 went out this Thursday today, and I might as well tell you guys I'm premiering. I hope to premiere TBR-athon 2025 on Sunday, so that's what I'm kind of getting prepped for and everything. The premiere should be set by Saturday, so that it's announced for 24 hours before it launches on Sunday. But yeah, if you all could just kind of join us and hang out on that Sunday, I'd really appreciate it. But that's about it. Yay! And I think I outdid myself this year. I don't know, maybe I'm tooting my horn too soon, but I'm very excited for it. I know. Bye, Jess. And thank you, Glenda. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us for Bucket Listathon. And keep going with your productivity without me. I believe in you, and I believe in Danny.
Before you go,
Yay!
though,
Yes,
since we're
your
both
journal
on
card for
screen,
it.
we do also have a podcast episode tomorrow.
We do Friday. So every Friday, an episode will come out. So make sure you're subscribed either on YouTube or on Spotify at the moment.
Yes, we have lots of exciting TBR-athon content to come. So, woo-hoo. Well, I'm going to go into a sprint. We are going to say a goodbye to Leandra. And oh wait, we read parts 1 and 2 for the podcast tomorrow. So,
yes.
and saying goodbye to you.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Anna, take my place. You're here. You can represent me now.
Well, I will see you guys in an hour. Leandra, have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you guys got done during that sprint. That was a booktube sprint for me mainly. I watched Leandra's video for Murdermas. I also watched Rainey's announcement video for her series Bingo. If you haven't watched that, you guys should go and watch both of those videos. And I also watched a newer, well, not newer, but a booktuber that I haven't seen a video from in a while. Her name's Kim. Kim's Reads and Reviews, I think is what her channel name is. And um, she just now got back onto booktube. So it was exciting to see a video by her. So I watched all three of those. And then I did read a little bit, but I mean, it was like 6 pages. I will say, one of the reasons I think that John Gwynn's writing works so well for me is because it's so detailed as far as like characters, like there being so many characters is really um, why I've tended to enjoy his storylines. And so it is fun to kind of take my time with the different characters and remembering their stories and what they've done. I like if you guys don't know anything about the Bloodsworn Saga, which is Fury of the Gods is the third book in the series, and the whole series is based on these large gods. So you can see on this book that there's a huge dragon. Well, on one of them there's like a wolf, and on the other one, I don't remember what the first one has on it, but they're all just massive. And they were originally the gods of this land, and there was a battle in the past, and their powers have been passed down to like descendants of theirs, or like they're called blood tainted. One of the characters that I'm following, which I won't say their name because of spoilers, but one of the characters has the blood of the wolf in him, and so seeing like some of his interactions and how he can adjust like his eyesight and things like that because of having these powers in him is very interesting. I like it. I'm geeking out on this massive fantasy world. So let's see. I know we ended here because Anna joined right as Leandra was leaving us for the day. And here's where we start. Read 62 pages, have 20 pages left. Wonderful. You should be able to finish. We have one more sprint. So if you want to stick around, Nikita, you might be able to finish your book. Got a lot. Whoop. Got a lot got a lot done during that sprint. Walked my dog, cleaned the downstairs, got all my winter gear out because it's so cold and windy here. I want to insert like a little emoji with that, like the emoji, because I don't like the cold. My feet are are so cold right now. I've put on shoes, I put on an extra layer of socks. This room also is like above kind of an empty area, and so it doesn't hold heat very well. But yeah, not fun. But you did get a lot done. I wonder if your dog enjoys the cold. My dog hates it. So winter is always a bit of a struggle to get my dog to go outside, especially if there's snow on the ground, which it's only snowed once here. And I think today, let's see. Oh, nope, it's cold again today. Yesterday, I went for a walk and I was so used to wearing like my winter gear because I've been walking with my mom and it's been like in the 30s or 20s or 30s. And so yesterday I put on all my winter gear without checking the temperature, and it was actually like pretty nice outside yesterday. It was 54 degrees. It's back in the 20s today. So hooray for winter. Yay, you're off work, Tennille. Might watch some booktube while I get ready for the community center. That sounds lovely. I know. I watched 3 and I still feel behind. I just whenever you look at your, like, subscriber list and you have the little dots next to them saying that that person has posted something new. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of dots. So I'm very behind, but I'm glad I got to some of them today. I got to the stopping place in the or a stopping place in the Lost Story, a book club. Oh, it's a book club book. We're not 2/3 of the way through. I also started The Stars Are Dying by Chloe, is it Penranda? I haven't heard of that book. Fun, fun. I'm glad that you're getting through your book club book. I don't have any in real life book clubs. All the book clubs or buddy reads and stuff that I do are always online. Most of the people around me don't read fantasy. And so most people don't want to read what I'm reading, but I'm glad that you're able to. I finished my laundry with an audiobook, although I guess it could be, sorry, my brain is just, I guess it could be an online book club. You didn't say that it was in real life, but I'm just assuming that it is. Finished my laundry with an audiobook on and then switched back to The Curious Traveler on Kobo. I hope you're enjoying it, Ian. The bad wasn't as bad in my book. That's good, but it's still bad. Well, I'm glad it wasn't as bad as you were thinking. I do love it though when an author can do that. They kind of make you, grit your teeth and worry about the characters. But I hope that it all works out in the end. I still am partial to happy endings. I do like it though when authors will kill off characters. I have decided that that is something that I would like to see more in books. Of course, I don't wanna know that going into the story that someone is gonna die die because I think I would probably, not connect as much to the characters, but I have found myself getting more and more irritated with the fact that as I'm reading a storyline, certain things just have less stakes because I know that the author's not gonna kill off the character, and so it's almost like I need someone to be able to trick me. Like, I need to have that feeling of, like, "Is the author really gonna do this?" Because I think I've gotten comfortable enough with some of my authors that I'm like, "Yeah, this person's not gonna die." Which I am a little worried because I've gotten to that point with Brandon Sanderson, like, I kinda feel like I trust him not to kill off characters, but then everyone's saying that Wind and Truth, like, and I don't nobody that I've even talked to has read the book, but, like, some of the people are speculating that there are going to be deaths in that book, and I'm like, "I don't know. You guys are making me scared." My hound loves the snow. It is currently snowing lightly today. It would be lovely, if Cooper enjoyed it, but he does not. He doesn't have any fur, which is partially why he doesn't really enjoy it. And we've tried to get him, like, sweaters and things, but it doesn't seem to help. He really doesn't like to wear them anyway. Um, but yeah, he is not a fan of the rain either, anything that's not light and sunny. He's a little bit spoiled. I always love the videos of, like, cats and dogs playing in the snow, like, even, like, jumping up and, like, getting the snowflakes or burying themselves in, like, those big snow piles. It's always fun to watch. Took a nap. Good job, Denise. I'm glad you got some sleep. I'm not sure if I'm ready to get up yet. Hey, like, listen to your body. So, if you're still feeling sleepy, I'd say take another nap. Do another sprint nap. I also made a spreadsheet for Rainey's series bingo. It aligns with my 2025 goals. So that's a bonus. That's awesome. I love it when things like that align. I'm excited. I think that series is definitely something that I'm going to focus on. I mean, I say that every year, but I am going to change my series goal next year. Um, so last year in 2023, I had to finish as many series as I started, which I didn't do. Spoilers. This year, I just said I had to finish or I had to continue with as many series as I started the year with. So I had 31 series at the start of this year. So I have to continue 31 series this year. And I might meet that goal. I think I'm 5 away. So I could potentially make it, especially with Bucket Listathon. Actually, I might be more than 5 away then, or sorry, less than 5 away because I haven't logged some of that stuff in December. So I'm pretty close to that goal, but I do think I've started more series this year than I have intended to. So I think for next year, let me know if you guys think this is an appropriate goal. I think I'm going to make the goal of I have to continue as many series as I start. So it's not finishing as many series as I start. It's just continuing as many series as I start. So it's like a one for one trade-off. If I start a series, I have to pick up a book from a series that I have continue or, that I have ongoing. I just think it'll help me remember to pick up books because I love reading series, but it is really hard, like with the large chunky series that I read to get back into them after being away from them for so long. Like even Codex Alera that I'm reading via audio, it took me probably 10% of the book to really feel comfortable with the characters and stuff again. So it is an in real life book club. though I'm out of state from them, so I have to do Zoom each week. Oh, that's fun though. I like that. Good that you still get to participate. My dog loves the cold. She's a corgi and has a, a double coat. Yes, corgi butts. I love corgis. My cat loves the snow. But he doesn't get to go outside. But he loves looking at it. And anytime, like I don't think you guys can see it, but there's a curtain, and he will hide behind the curtain whenever it gets cold and like push himself up against the windows. And anytime we have the colder weather, Andy will he almost goes into like zoomy mode all the time. I don't know what it is about the weather, but he loves it. I mean, he's a long-haired cat, so it makes sense. I started reading An Echo in Time by Boo Walker. Got to chapter 5 and ready to cut pieces for pants. Lovely. Always crafting something, Christina. I suppose that's true. I've read some character deaths lately, but they were older books. Yeah, I suppose a lot of newer ones don't have character deaths as much. Yeah, and I mean, I understand why authors don't want to do it, because I know that a lot of people, I mean, when you get connected to a character, it's going to be really hard. And I think some people maybe get a little upset at authors for killing off like their favorite characters. But I just think it adds a little depth to the books. There's one book in particular that I'm thinking of, and I won't mention it because it's a spoiler for the end of the book, but there's a character death at the end. So maybe it's not just character deaths, it's also the fact that a lot of authors will use resurrection tropes, and I just feel like they're emotionally manipulative. But there's a character that died at the very end of the book, and their death was like the pivotal scene for what prompted the fixing of a really vital portion of the world that we were in. But then right after they died and you have this really like meaningful moment, there's like a loophole and they get to come back to life. And I just feel like it cheapens that character's death. It's like, if you're going to kill him, like just kill him and leave him. So yeah, I found myself almost craving that in some of my books, which is horrible because I don't want my characters to die. But I feel like it should be more of a guessing game on whether or not authors are going to. Whereas I feel like now it's a pretty safe bet for a lot of the authors I'm picking up that they're not going to kill their characters. We have my sister's dog, a porgy. He is the same way. The other two hide out inside while he's outside in the snow hanging out. I love that. I love watching the videos of like huskies and stuff that don't like to come inside during the winter months. They like to just hang out in the snow. Have you finished? I have finished the Foundry Side trilogy. Bookstar is doing the trilogy over 6 months, so I'm aiming for that as well. Amazing. I'll have to, I'm going to start this because I might do a reread. It's been a minute since I have read the entire trilogy. I finished Lachlan's, was it at the beginning of this year or the end of last year? So it's been a minute since I've finished it, but I really did enjoy the Foundry Side trilogy, or the Founders trilogy. So exciting that someone's doing a read along. Continuing on series is a smart and realistic goal. Thanks. I like it. I think it pushes me a little bit, whereas before I was just kind of, I even have like a spreadsheet now. I've gotten a little bit more organized about it since I've been on BookTube, because before I was just like hoping that I would remember. And I think it would maybe be a little bit easier if I purchased all the series that I read. But usually I don't until after I finished a series, or if I know that I'm liking it as I go, I will pick them up as I read them, which means they're not on my shelves reminding me that I need to read them. So this spreadsheet has helped. Noticed last year I read a bunch of book ones of quartets or longer. So this year I've knocked off 3 of those, and the aim is for 3 more next year, plus duologies. I love that. It's funny that you noticed that pattern of yourself, that you were reading the book one, like the starting books. One of my goals for 2025 is to read and continue at least 1 series per month. Awesome. I think that's a good goal. Obtainable, definitely obtainable. Made some progress listening to Make My Wish Come True while getting a chicken pot pie prepped for dinner. That sounds delicious, Evie. I haven't had chicken pot pie in forever. Just read a duology where there's a character death at the end of book 1, and the events of book 2 are driven by grief of one of the main characters in particular. I would like that because, like I said, there's a death that is impactful to the story. And I honestly, I really like a grief narrative. Hold on. The cat's gonna meow. I enjoy seeing characters have to work through that. It's it's something that I do enjoy reading about. So I would like that. I have a husky corgi mix, and he's loving the snowy weather. I love it. I know. It is a lot of fur. Oh, good. He loves being brushed. This is the thing I struggle with Andy, my cat, because he does not like being groomed at all. He will bite and fight. It's quite the battle. So we always have to be very careful about like brushing him essentially whenever he can't get away from us, and only doing it for a certain amount of time. We have to like, yeah, it's a mess. So it's lovely to have animals that actually enjoy being brushed. I always, I don't know if you watch or any of you watch this channel, but there's a YouTube channel called Girl with the Dogs. She is, I think, a Canadian dog groomer. She does cats too. But I love watching her videos. It's so fun to see like what different animals or how different animals react different ways. She has some dogs that just are absolutely, they love like the dryer, and their hair, she calls it a furnado. Their hair will be blowing around. And then you have others that absolutely hate it. And then same thing, she has cats that are actually really good for grooming, and then cats that are really horrible for grooming. So it's fun to watch. Well, my friends, we are at the end of the comments. And I am going to do, I think this last sprint, we're going to do a little bit shorter. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. That way we'll come back a little after 4 o'clock my time. We'll be able to have a little chatty bit, and then we'll go off into the evening. So go and be productive, friends. Go read, go take a nap if you need to, go eat dinner or lunch or breakfast, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the last little chatty bit. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It's been lovely. Just forewarning, there is some work being done in my house right now. Our shower has recently sprung a leak, and so we have a friend here who's trying to help us figure out how to fix it. So if you hear noises in the background, that's why. um, Sometimes, timings don't always work out. So I'm glad that we're at the end, so I don't have to disturb you guys with some loud noises, because I'm sure that I think they have to cut out some of the ceiling to get to some of the water pipes, and that'll be a little noisy, but they're not gonna do that until later. But anyway, that, sprint, I cleaned up the kitchen, and so I did listen to a little bit more of Captain's Fury. So I got to about 25%, and I also read a little bit further into the Fury of the Gods, which I only got, I think, to the second chapter. Yeah. And so, but I'm enjoying my time with it. I do think it's funny that both of the books that I'm reading have the word fury in them. Leandra and I were talking about that last night. But yeah, I think it's been a good day. It's been productive, maybe not in the reading aspect, but getting some other things done, some booktube things done, and of course, been able to hang out with you guys. I know that we lost to Neil, so I hope you have a good evening to Neil. I'm sure you were long gone, but we gained Michelle. Hello, Michelle. Just finishing up work. Can't wait to read. Currently reading Wellness by Nathan Little and Little Women. Hopefully, I hope you're enjoying them. Reading Ace also joined us. I'm glad I made it, or I'm glad you made it as well. No worries. I did actually reading Ace, you reminded me that I needed to put up my last sprint thing because I had talked about it before I went on a sprint, but I forgot to put up the banner. So I apologize for anyone who came in thinking that we were going to do more than one more, but I did see this. This was when Andy was sitting in front of the camera. I decided to come and sit down and get a little bit of reading done prior to the end of the sprint. And Andy decided that he was going to sit in front of the camera while I did that. So this is kind of his safe space. And being that they're making some noise downstairs, he was a little spooked at first. I think he's settled down. He's sitting down here on the floor now, but he likes to show himself off to you guys every once in a while. Had to switch my TBR up because I realized I'm going to lose access to some books soon. So still trying to figure out what to read next. And I just realized I forgot to log a book yesterday. Yes, definitely go in and log it. And speaking of that, if you guys are logging your books for Bucket Listathon, that sheet will remain active for the rest of the month, but I am going to be giving you guys a Bucket Listathon update stats video on the 19th of December, and I will probably film it on the 17th or 18th. So you'll want to make sure that you have all of your books in if you want them included in the stats. Of course, it really doesn't matter. It's not a competitive readathon or anything. I want to tell you guys how many books we read and for what prompts and things like that. I think it'll be fun to give you guys stats. Finally working on, you want me to go where tag you tagged me in like 3 months ago? No worries. I still have a tag that you tagged me in. I need to do the murdering your books tag. I haven't done that one yet either. So no worries. Do it now. Do it whenever you need to. But I am curious to see what story you'll make up. I think that tag's really fun. Yeah, it's not fun. It is good to have a friend that can help us with it because plumbers are very expensive. And having a house has been an interesting experiment, to say the least, because we've had a lot of issues with our bathroom, or both bathrooms, really. I think the people who lived here before us tried to do some at-home maintenance, and they didn't necessarily know what they were doing, which is fine. Like, I understand people, try and make it work, but it's made some things a little more difficult than they probably should be. Got the plants watered, cleared some emails, got to chapter 7. I also, speaking of clearing emails, I did respond to some comments in BookTube. That's something that I always try and do. I try and stay within a week. I try and respond to comments within a week. So that is something else I did during the sprint. And yeah, thanks for being here, Christina. I hope you enjoy your evening as well. And yes, I do need to be hydrating. That is something I forget to do, especially if I'm cleaning my house and like walking around. If I'm sitting, I have an easier time with it, but I finished part 1. Yeah. of Curious Traveler and took a chunk out of part 2. Almost ready for the podcast tomorrow. Yes, if you guys didn't hear our little spiel at the last chatty bit, or 2 chatty bits ago, I guess, Leandra and I, we have our podcast going up. So Not Reading for Content is the channel if you want to go check it out. And our podcast for the parts 1 and parts 2 of the Cautious Traveler's Guide goes up tomorrow. So I'm excited that you guys will get to see our first discussion, our first thoughts on the book. I had to have my water heater replaced this week. Adulting, yes, it's not fun and expensive. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jen. Yeah, I appreciate the company as well. It's always fun. Your kitty does the same. Skipper has his cat bed directly behind my desk. He's there 99% of the time. Yep. It's funny how they have like their little safe spaces. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ro. Got about 30 pages read, a little less than 5% of your book. Yay! Congrats. Good progress. Did some Christmas decorating and finished Make My Wish Come True. It was very cute, giving it 4 stars. They celebrated Christmas and Hanukkah, which was nice to see. Oh, that is nice to have like a mix. Lovely. Wind and Truth is out tomorrow. Don't remind me, Ro. I want to read it right when it comes out, but I know I'm not going to. There's so many other things I need to read, but I am excited. I'm gonna have to like put blinders on to make sure nothing gets spoiled for me. It is so exciting though. Could probably make a compilation of my cats busting through my door while recording too. Oh yes, I just leave mine open because he will cry. Like he doesn't usually he meows, but he doesn't make a ton of noise. But if I shut him out of a room, you better believe he's like a banshee in the night. Like he can't. He thinks it is a travesty anytime a door is closed. Brian actually thought that there was something wrong with him the last time I showered with the door closed, because normally I just leave it cracked because I know he's going to come in the room anyway. He doesn't ever come like in the bathtub or anything because he doesn't like water, but he just, for whatever reason, wants to be able to step into the bathtub or the bathroom and see that you're in there and then leave. And Brian, the last time I showered with it shut, he was sitting outside the door like hollering, and Brian came upstairs thinking that there was something wrong with him, and he was just locked out of the bathroom. The audiobook for The Stars Are Dying has absolutely been fantastic so far. I love to hear that. Love a good audiobook. Because audio really can make or break a book for me. There are certain things I can ignore, but like a good audio, it can be fantastic. Yeah, thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming, Michelle. I appreciate it. Glad to have found you by way of Leandra, Krista, and all. Yes, it's lovely. Our little book community is amazing. I'm so happy and blessed to be a part of it. Closed or door closed, cat. I took that personally. Exactly. Yes. This is a mood for Andy. Exactly. Well, friends, we are at the end of sprints today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I've had such a blast on these Thursdays. I think it's fantastic that we have our little community, because so many of you join me every week. Some of you I join, I see every once in a while, and others are new, which is just fantastic that we get to keep each other company. Yeah. Thanks for coming, Anne. Yes. Yes, this exactly describes Andy. Of course, he would be like, "No, I don't need anyone." Oh, thanks, Christina. I was gonna say thanks, Vanessa. So Vanessa is currently sprinting. So if you guys are wanting more sprints, more company, more lovely booktube to hang out with, you guys can go and hang out on Vanessa's sprints. Thank you, Christina. Yeah, thanks for being here, Serenity. I appreciate it. So I wish you guys a happy Thursday evening or Friday morning, wherever you are in the world. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I will see you around the Bookiverse. I'll see you later.